sweet 6 years of subs. It's been an honor watching your streams become what they are today, and I can't wait to see what comes next for you in the future. Happy streaming.
First things first, Dirt Dog, thank you so much for the 6 months, 6 years of subs. Dude, thank you so much for always being here. Always appreciate you. Always trying to be helpful, always trying to be here to help out with these streams. You've been such a good friend. Thank you so much for everything, Dirt Dog. Anyway, hello Lunatics. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday evening. It's been a while since my last stream, and I do apologize for that. I've been dealing with a lot of personal stuff. Some of it my own fault, some of it out of my control, but hopefully I can get things back to normal fairly soon. I'll talk a little more about it as we go along, but yeah, hope everyone's been doing well on this 4th of July weekend. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. I gotta say though, you know, I didn't realize that they were actually going to change the title screen based on how far you are in the story. So that actually is a little cool detail. Anyway, last time on Investigations, Edgeworth got accused for murder aboard an airplane. We met a bunch of hot ladies, and they're like, yo, Edgeworth, why you murder that guy? And we're like, no, we wouldn't murder that guy. And like, that's suspicious. In fact, we should probably trust this foreign guy who probably knows exactly about how you probably murdered this guy. And we're like, well, I guess we're going to have to wait until we land and see for sure if I truly did murder that guy. How about we get started? March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. She's a cutie, though. I want to go chat with her. Oh my god! Wait a second! Salmonella? Is that you? Isn't that director guy for the Steel Samurai from the first game? What the hell are you doing here?
I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mile, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering, just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation.
What is this song? I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, it's Francisca! Was this always Francisca's theme? Because I don't remember this being her theme back from Justice for All. Then again, when's the last time I played Justice for All? It's been like, oh my god, how long has it been since the last time I played Justice for All? Okay, let's think about this here. Last year I played Apollo Justice. That's 1 year ago. And the year before that was Ghost Tricks, and that was 2 years. The year before that was Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, so that was 3 years ago. Trials and Tribulations, so that's 4. Oh my god, I have not played Justice for All in 5 years. I did not think it has been that long.
I thought you were still in Germany.
I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. God, I forgot how much fun doing Francisca's voice is.
Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue.
It's been almost 20 years since you last played? Good lord.
I believe her intro's different, but she still shares the triumphant return. That's fair. Also, hey, Mike J. When a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal, have you no shame?
Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way. The fulfillment of that creed alone. It's all I strive for.
Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together?
Man, does Edgeworth just end up like working with someone different every case? That's actually really cool if that is what happens. I would love to be able to see Miles Edgeworth team up with like all kinds of different characters. Yo, what if the final case has me team up with Phoenix? That'd be cool. I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. I don't know why, but for some reason the character models look so weird to me, and I don't know why. Like, I know that there's a little bit of a super deformed shape because like they're supposed to be short, but like, I don't know. Like, it might be the feet. Is it because the feet are super tiny relative to the rest of their body? That might be it. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir!
Too slow!
Ow!
Listen up! I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? You don't know about the new arrangements? You haven't heard them yet? I heard that a lot of people said the new arrangements are even better than the originals. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you.
You remember Burnside saying something similar? That's why we're called too. Man, it's been a few weeks since the last time I actually streamed this. Let me see if I can actually remember what this case was all about. So yeah, Abiki Hicks, he got killed. We're trying to figure out who did it. Rhonda Tenero discovered us with the bodies and she thought we killed him. Zinc LeBlanc, he's foreign and he's like, yo, Stop wasting our time. Get arrested and die already. And we're like, geez, back off, white old man. And then there's Chamomile who wants to sleep all the time, and I want to sleep with her? I mean, what? Hey, Lindea, how's it going? I'm just trying to refresh myself on the case before I continue. Alright, before we do that, though, let's do a little bit of investigating around. I gotta say, though, it is kind of interesting that you get to directly play as Edgeworth, mostly because of the fact that, you know, in the other Ace Attorney games, everything is told from a first-person perspective, so it's more of a point-and-click adventure. The fact that you're directly controlling Edgeworth is, like, very different. I can't believe there's no one manning the counter when a murder has just occurred. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. Remember, flight is the safest way of travel. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow, I'd love to take a run down that runway.
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided.
You guys are burning up from the heat? I feel that right now. I have my AC on full blast and I'm still sweating.
Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before.
Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, world flag lunchboxes eat you. Found it, lol. Oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols.
Reminder again that you do not want to be like Salmonella.
For my next leap movie, it's gonna be The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock so many Borksaurs.
Remind me when this game came out again?
So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie.
I like that's the only thing that Edgeworth took away from that.
Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own brand shops.
Lunchland? Is that a reference to something else from Ace Attorney that I'm not remembering right now? This came out in 2009? Man, I didn't think it... Man, that was right around that time period, wasn't it? Oh, it's from Angel Star, right. I was thinking that. I was like, no, that's not a reference to that, was it?
I wonder which I should go with.
I recommend our airport special, World Flag lunch boxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunch boxes made up to look like different countries' flags.
Okay, if there was one that was made out of the American flag, what do you think it'd be, what its flavors would be? Like, what would even be blue?
I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market.
Blueberries? Who puts blueberries in a lunchbox? Or like a bento box, I guess.
This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken by the whole affair. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. So, how's the initial investigation going?
We just shipped a body off to the coroner's office, and we're taking statements now, sir.
That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir.
Oh, how so?
I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something.
Thank you! Objection.
I guess that technically counts for the objection count if you want to raise it there. Firmside, thank you so much for executing Order 66 months. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I was talking about this earlier, but like, when Franziska showed up, was that actually Franziska's theme? I think I already got an answer from Mike J, but still.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Still, I don't know why she's here in America.
Ah, yes, the wonderful land of Japanifornia. Franziska and Miles kind of shared the Great Revival as a theme. Fair.
There must be some kind of backstory to all of this. In which case, we need to do a transitional effect.
Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details.
It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case had anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
I don't think there's anything we can present to Gumshoe at the moment, so let's see if we can head off over here. March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class.
So, you must be the captain.
He's kinda got like a dude bro look to him.
Why, yes I am. Who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska Von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman.
Oh, so he's one of those kind of captains. A man after my own heart. Anyway,
I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
isn't Franziska? No, she's 19. I could have sworn she's like older by now, but I guess she's like, actually, how old was she back in Justice for All? Because this takes place slightly after Trials and Tribulations, if I recall correctly.
You sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip.
Franziska is surprisingly okay with Edgeworth just walking past.
Yeah!
Oh, she was 18 in Justice for All. Okay. Then by Trials and Tribulations, she'd be like, what? 19 probably. March 12th, 1:40 p.m.
Now see here.
Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry! Gumshoe, my man. You're just walking around, and you're a police officer. Police officers don't apologize to people. For real.
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal. I told you!
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern if you are not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay.
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc's an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down the cargo hold, sir. By the way, chat, if you hear me, like, voice crack or start coughing out of nowhere, I just want to give you guys a heads up. My mom was doing a little bit of vacuuming yesterday, and unfortunately, some dust got in my throat, and I had to, like, cough up a lot of dust recently. So if you hear me coughing or me having to take a pause, there's my excuse. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kinda looks like that other piece of cloth.
Huh. I never noticed it before, but true. For there to be this much blood on this piece of cloth, was the victim wrapped in it at some point?
There's something very familiar about this fabric pattern.
Yeah. Why does it have a freaking face on it? Like, there's like eyes over here, there's like another eye over here, and it's like a big sad frown over here? Was the murderer like, did the murderer get like blood all over his face? He had to wipe it off? You mind explaining this?
Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Bohemian cloth.
As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous. Orders come from over the seas for more.
Bloody cloth data updated my organizer.
Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier.
No. My cargo this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you, please! It is no good! And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room too!
That's... attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero.
Sir, you can't go in there.
I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case.
That is a flat out lie. How often does Edgeworth actually lie? I mean, he twists the truth sometimes, but he never flat out lies before like this. Good lord.
I'm very sorry, sir. No one's allowed to enter without Ms. Von Commerce's express permission. But I'm on the case! Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma.
He had to in the final case of Trials and Tribulations? I'm trying to remember which one he lied about.
Why would you do this to me, Franziska?
Is there anything else oh, hello.
What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendance room for her interview, and then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either.
You know what? Good for them. They shouldn't have to come out and test unless they're comfortable to do it. Being a lawyer and also one being recognized by the Canadian judge. You know what? That's valid.
I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska's logic. You know, I was actually thinking about this before I started stream. I was kind of thinking about how, like, the fact that there aren't really any courts involved during this game so far, I'm starting to wonder if, like, they intended to, like, combine investigations with court cases to make this game to be the spin-off that it is. And, like, I get what they mean to do by having these cross-examinations during investigations, but I don't know. It oddly feels less satisfying when you don't have a huge audience reacting to the fact that, like reacting to your proclamations and everyone's being shocked by the information that you provide, because usually it's a conversation between two different characters instead of just like a whole ass courtroom where there's like the judge, the witnesses, the prosecutor, the defense, the assistants, as well as the peanut gallery. I don't know. It feels it oddly feels less satisfying, but I guess we'll see how it goes from here.
Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered.
Get stretching. All right. I've only been going for like, oh wow, it's been 30 minutes already? That was a fast 30 minutes. I didn't think I was babbling that long.
From the time that the victim was seen calling from an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast.
Time to rebut. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion.
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I like my affairs to be simple and perfect.
Insert joke about affairs?
I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say that like you're going to pack a cooking a pack of instant noodles.
I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily.
The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered.
So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all there is to know in order to arrest you.
Nothing more.
Are you saying there's more I need to know?
So, out of curiosity, did they actually reuse the sprites for the DS game when they made this game originally? Because it looks like they just used the 2D art from the first 2 games for the HD remake here. I would assume that they got updated models when they made this on DS. Because otherwise it'd be like GBA models on a DS, and I feel like the difference in quality would be noticeable.
Ah! Why'd you wake me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet.
From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found.
Hold it! What do you mean by seen?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then, from the time after that call until the body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it! While it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time, that fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection! Wow, it's been a while since we had an objection.
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
Hold it! Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir! I don't think you did it!
Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like simply— OW!
Quiet, Scruffy! Even if we were related by blood, there's no guarantee that he's not a criminal.
Franziska.
I demand to see some proof that you're not the guilty party.
The likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't know yet about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic, one hole at a time.
I guess we're supposed to present on this line of logic and then present the Borgnian cloth?
Objection! This piece of evidence—
Ah! I thought we were supposed to present the Borgnian cloth! No!
This piece of evidence perfectly exposes the flaw in your logic.
Oh, well then, why don't you show me how it does just that? Go on!
I mean, to be fair, it proves that there was someone else involved that was Borgnian.
Oh, I bet it's this part, right? This conflicts with something, right, sir?
You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Detective Gumshoe, don't speak up when you don't know what you're talking about.
Ouch! I was just trying to follow your lead, sir.
That you will allow a subordinate takeover. You're a disgrace.
I guess that wasn't it.
Okay, so I know the implication that the Go You suitcase was used to transport the body. So, like, I guess I'm supposed to present on this line here where it was said seeing calling for an antenna until the body was found. Maybe that's the logic I'm supposed to present here? I'm gonna go with that. They had to write so much failure dialogue for this time, now that I think about it. It would seem your logic is not as perfect as you think it is.
And what is that supposed to mean?
This piece of evidence shows you exactly what I mean.
Oh, yes. It clearly shows what you're thinking. That you're attempting to buy yourself time.
Okay, apparently that wasn't the logic I was supposed to go with. Okay, let's rethink that. I knew I should have tried to pull a fast one. I have my logic. From the time the victim was seen calling for an antenna until the body was found. Made a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo. I don't think we need to talk about that. Oh, wait a second. Was there a time thing that Francisca mentioned here? The scene of the crime was there in the very lounge the body was discovered. Okay, I forgot about this line. Hopefully that should clarify things up once I present the suitcase. There we go. I forgot about that line.
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way.
Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection! As if there is proof of that!
Where's the proof that this suitcase was moved around? I'm pretty sure it's this thing where it says make a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo, right?
Take that! All it takes is one look at this and you'll have your answer.
Indeed, I have my answer now. That you are an ignorant whippersnapper!
Ma'am, I'm like 6 years your senior.
You're just an unforgiving whipsnapper! The suitcase ended up in the in-flight shop, but where did it come from? The answer should be clear if I just think about the path the killer took.
Where's the proof that suitcase was moved? Ah!
Take that!
You spilled grape juice in front of the elevator?
Oh, by the way, Burnside, if you're still here, can you confirm something? Was this actually grape juice or was it wine? I assume it was actually grape juice. It's always grape juice? Okay, I figured.
Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here?
I didn't know there was a dragging here. Oops.
This mark here, wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from the 2 wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase.
Oh, I forgot about that. It's been 2 weeks. I forgot. The one time it was actually going to be alcohol was Godot, but they went with coffee. Yeah, that sounds right.
That means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Not so fast! This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot.
Franziska's Logic Part 2.
You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Not a bad bit of logic for someone you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop.
Like, it's so weird for me because it's like a lot of the time Edgeworth is usually presented as someone who's very competent and serious. Whenever you mess up as him, it feels like it's out of character. Either that or they end up having to blame Gumshoe for my own failures. And I'm just like, man, I'm not trying to get Gumshoe blamed for my own failures. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence.
Hold it! And how do you suppose I was able to make the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass. Like this.
Yow! You've shattered my heart of glass! So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop in the Captain Hugo bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon.
I kind of wish she elaborated on that a little bit more, because then we can actually... Why is the broken display case not a piece of evidence? Whatever.
And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death.
Hold it! I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
I thought you'd say that. What, did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it.
Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now?
We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak.
And what do you propose I did after that?
Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed in the suitcase...
So I put the victim's body into the suitcase and then... Where was I headed, Franziska?
That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it.
We're talking about this thing, you know. I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because... the plane that hit the patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase.
You know, I'm starting to see the issue with this game now. At least in terms of logic. Why is Franziska explaining our motives to us? Like, this makes sense in a court setting. This feels weird to be talking about in an investigative setting. Because you would think that she would be keeping all this information from us. Because this is something that she's going to be presenting to the court once we actually get into the trial itself, right? She can only be thinking about running a trial? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, shouldn't she be holding on to this information for the actual trial? Just think of this as her being soon to her own Nichan. It all makes sense. You know what? Sure, let's go with that.
The plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase.
Hold it! You've experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second.
Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd been bad if you really blanked out.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I am not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Hold it! If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be caught easily?
Objection! You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now!
I have to find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to save.
I have to say, you're looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body.
I suppose that's true.
So then you're yielding to my statements?
Don't be foolish! I still insist that you are the killer, but in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead.
No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that's not quite right.
Is there a detail about the piggy bank I was missing out on? There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? The hat on his head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. This was taken out of his display case in the in-flight shop after the turbulence. Well, I mean, before and after. Same thing, right?
Objection! The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake?
This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake!
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
It is not a real murder weapon!
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was after the murder after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. I'm sorry, I'm still cracking up by the dead Miles that's lying on the ground over here. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage. In my pocket, to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks.
I keep on wanting to say Abbey. Like Abbey Road.
You there!
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the victim had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase. It signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection! There is one more possibility.
And that would be...
that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Let me finish!
The killer took the bank. You know, I just noticed something. Why aren't they playing Franziska's Hold It voice line? Or does she not have a Hold It voice line? Could have sworn she had one.
The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, and by opening the lock on the display case door.
She never had one? Weird. So does she only say objection? Wait, is Phoenix the only one who says things other than objection?
And it was at that time that the glass pane on the door was broken.
If that actually is the case, I'd never actually noticed before. Edgeworth had the voice line since we played as him in 3.5.
Huh.
Give me a quick sec, guys. I'm going to adjust my seat. I've been sitting at a really awkward angle, so I need to adjust myself really quick. Alright, this should work. Eureka was the only new voice clip recorded for him in this game. Okay.
I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you?
Out of curiosity, are they reusing the voice lines from the original DS trilogy? / DS game? For investigations? They are? Okay.
Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case.
Franziska, the person you're talking about.
Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about has also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying.
Last? Yeah, let's go with that. Hey, Nameless.
Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
But what if I want to run around first? Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir.
Plus, the body has been sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy.
Weird that they haven't drawn the chalk outline yet.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have to see this chair!
It says in honor of Rocker Pals Day.
And what exactly is the big deal with these Rocker Pals?
They're a seriously sweet Swiss superstar rock band, sir. It makes me want to listen to one of their songs right now.
Sorry, I got lost in that forest of soustes just now.
Do you want me to explain it to you again, sir?
You know, Detective, I think I'll have to take a rain check on that, regrettably.
Let it be known, Gumshoe's actually a rockhead. Hey, the statue!
What about it, Detective? Did you notice something?
I saw this guy in a dream last night. The resemblance is uncanny, sir.
You saw him in your dreams.
Well, yeah, I saw him and then I arrested him. I want to show you just how vital I am in your partnership.
Being useful in your sleep is of no help to me in the real world, Detective.
Oh man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. Nah, she's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please.
I refuse to be your wingman on this.
Aw, Edgeworth, you gotta be a wingman for your best buddies. Like, I'm sure Gumshoe would be a wingman for you when you try to go out on your date with Phoenix.
There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack.
This month's special. Oh, hey, it looks like it's an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got this one. What starts with an I and means boldly rude and disrespectful.
Insubordinate? The answer is most definitely insolent.
I feel like insubordinate would work too. Time's up. Sorry, sir, but correct answer is insolvent.
Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English ability is the same level as him.
Wait, who are you referring to there? Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. That blue door over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir.
Probably Phoenix. Alright, so let's go see what Miss Tenero has to say for herself.
I feel like Phoenix knows how to read better than Gumshoe. They've got a piano on this plane. Hey, do you think I can try it out, sir?
I think you would know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, Detective.
Wait, does that mean Gumshoe knows how to play the piano? Are you sure any reference to Phoenix in this game is just used as him? Makes sense.
Besides, I didn't know you knew how to play.
Of course I do. I'm practically proficient.
Interesting. The things you learn about people on a daily basis.
I can get dough and ready to come out just right, sir.
2 notes does not a proficient pianist make, detective.
Oh, no, I'm not a pianist. That's extremely illegal, sir. You hurry and solve your murder. If you do not, how am I supposed to have my cargo returned to me?
If you could please be patient just a little longer, Mr. LeBlanc.
Hurry and solve it like a strike of thunder.
It's as fast as lightning, and believe me, if I could, I would.
Are you telling me we could have Swanky card player Phoenix and jazz piano Gumshoe and we didn't? To be fair, Phoenix can play a piano all on his own. He doesn't really need a Gumshoe to do it. Hell, you know what'd be really impressive? If Phoenix was able to play cards and also be able to play the piano at the same time.
A mountain's worth of empty bottles are lined up here.
Oh, look, all of them have a letter inside, sir.
Let's see. I'll order anything as many times as it takes, just to see your lovely face.
My beloved Miss Tenero, is what they all say, sir.
Please put them back in the bottles, detective.
Yeah, I can't destroy the beautiful love here by ruining the letters by accident.
The man in the sea was constantly drinking something.
You know, right before payday, I do nothing but drink the soup from my instant noodles. Gumshoe, don't do that. They're going to be really salty. That's going to be bad for your blood.
That much sodium can't be healthy. You might want to go in for a checkup.
Oh, that actually reminds me. Hang on, guys. I'm going to be back in, like, a minute. I forgot to measure my blood pressure. I have to measure my blood pressure, otherwise I don't know whether or not I need to take blood pressure medicine. Give me a quick sec, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, do you really think I was serious, Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth is so mad! I'm sorry, sir! I'll never make another joke like that again! Okay, real talk though, do you know how often I do actually drink out of my cup noodles sometimes? Mostly because it's like, man, I know it's a lot of sodium from my instant noodles, but at the same time, it's like, yo, there's so much leftover like broth and stuff like that. Who doesn't want to enjoy a little bit of broth before you, like, finish off your soup, right? Or is that just like bad for you, period? What's this?
What is it, detective? Did you find an important piece of evidence?
A giant parfait on top of bread and steak? Pay me jealous, sir, it's a feast!
Maybe I should just let him have the giant parfait so that we can move on.
That's a really big floaty, but isn't it a bit too early in the year for swimming?
Detective, that is not for swimming, it's a lifesaver.
So you can't swim with one of these and you're supposed to eat it?
No, I mean, I suppose you could, but that's not what they are intended for.
Well then, it's the same as a floaty. You shouldn't go around confusing people, sir.
Why do I feel like I just kicked a puppy? The man in the sea was the one we saw earlier out in the airport lobby hyperventilating. If he's so scared to fly, then why take an airplane to begin with?
I mean, to be fair, you wouldn't be able to travel to many places if you didn't take an airplane. Yeah, if he's that scared, he should have caught a ferry or a cruise ship or something. I don't think people use cruise ships to travel. The virgin stepladder argument versus the Chad lifesaver argument. By the way, were you okay with all the turbulence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, there was nothing I couldn't handle.
I should have figured, right? As if you get on a plane if you were scared of them.
Indeed.
This is the face of a man who questions his own life choices.
This was my seat.
Wow, you read law books even when you're flying, sir?
Were you expecting anything less? Now come along, we must hurry to the crime scene.
You ever think about how boring these characters are to hang out with? Like, Ezra spends his free time freaking reading law books. That'd be like if I was talking to Burmsai and the only thing he ever talks about is just like his job. Hold on a sec, there's a different book stuck in here. The Steel Samurai's Advent.
Detective Gumshoe, am I going to have to charge you with invasion of privacy?
Ah, so you found the hentai section, got it. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think you got too many red knights on this board.
It's just your imagination.
And it looks like the blue pawn is being completely surrounded by the red knights.
Now you're seeing things.
Sir, I don't think you're supposed to have lots of same pieces like in checkers.
I know that, detective. What do you take me for?
Well, no, that's not entirely true. A prosecutor's true passions. Wait, so does he want to like gangbang Phoenix or something? Is that the joke? Also, to be fair, you theoretically could have multiples of the same pieces if you get a pawn all the way to the end of the opponent's side of the chessboard and transform them.
This was the victim's seat.
His jack is just lying there, and the spilt leftover coffee is still there too.
I don't suppose anyone's ever expects to die.
Clever, Edgeworth. If I wanted to hide I was reading something, it would be very effective to hide it in a law book. Nobody would bother you. Burmside, what is it bad that I can imagine what kind of stuff you'd hide in there? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, this urn's got a seatbelt strapped tightly around it.
It must be of great value to Mr. LeBlanc, then.
Yeah, I guess if you didn't want to churn your urn, then it's always best to buckle up.
Obviously, but did that have to have anything to do with the case, detective?
Nobody gets my jokes. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this super expensive looking feast of drastic proportions?
It's just the food they serve in first class.
Wow! I'm so jealous, sir. I want to ride in first class sometime.
Right, when pigs fly and I own my own private jet.
Wait, does that mean if you own your own private jet, you invite Gumshoe on? Aw, you do care, Edgeworth.
If I may have a word with you, Miss Meal.
No, you may not have a word with me.
I want to assure you that the lady is a fellow prosecutor. Her name is Franziska von Karma.
I don't care who she is. She's talking with Mon Capitan.
I sense Miss Meal is the type who considers every other woman to be a threat. I'm sorry for the late introduction. I am Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. I believe one of the attendants asked you in my stead for permission to investigate.
Ah, yes, you must be the prosecutor Miss Meal was telling me about. I remember telling her you could investigate the in-flight shop or something of the sort.
But I guess it's true. Miss Tenero didn't ask him for permission on my behalf.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the captain of...
Thank you for your help. I think this is all the useful information I'm going to get from this man.
Do we never find out the captain's real name? Wow! The captain doesn't even get a freaking profile entry, but we get one on freaking Cammy. Oh, a movie poster. What's it for, sir?
License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Apparently, though I don't know what it's about.
Oh, that movie's the in-flight special. I can't recommend it enough. Ah, when you talk like that, you sound just like Miss Rhonda. Hey, you know how I hate that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out like that, Cammy. Maybe these two lovebirds will find proper ground to stand on together.
This man really needs a solid crack at Franziska's crib. There's nothing supernatural about earthquakes and elevators. Although, is it just me or do elevators have a long-standing hatred for me?
If anyone has the perfect alibi, it's the captain of the damn plane who would just say, "We would have all died if I left my seat to do the murder." I mean, that's not true. There's autopilot.
What a view of the plane preparing for takeoff.
I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas.
Have you never been to another country before, detective?
Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. A penny a day, to be precise.
At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? The bounds between the main wings and the tail wings are really something, huh?
It seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect.
Gumshoe forever trapped in Japanifornia? It's okay, you can have the sample of all the different cultures here. Like Japanese. And American. Whatever Korean is supposed to be. Whatever Franziska and Manfred are supposed to be. Whatever the hell Godot is supposed to be. Here, mister. You can sit next to me. So about that plane's wing.
Thank you, detective, for leaving me out of this conversation.
Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Oh, wait. I think I just read all of this before. Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water! Phew, good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? I guess there's not any new dialogue here aside from Gumshoe actually talking about some stuff. Oh, well. Back on the plane we go. Man, maybe we should take the elevator and go downstairs, right? Would that count as tampering with the crime scene? Actually, Firmside, would it be considered tampering with the crime scene if I were to press a button and have an elevator go up if the elevator was the murder location? Presumably they would have shut off the elevator so it wouldn't be able to do that, right? Yes, but real talk, the elevator would have been shut off. Yeah, true. March 12th, 2:23 p.m.
So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
Miss Tenero.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too?
Can you please help us help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
All right.
It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I am almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tenero. Ew, this bottom one is a giant mess.
You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man! You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy?
Ouch! There are some things in life best kept to yourself, detective. Is that a freaking comic? Oh no, that's just some chips. Sniff the bed, Gumshoe. We're not that creepy. Yet. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please. Yes, sir. You just leave the rummaging to me. All right, digging through here. Let's see here. Bags of chips, cola. Ah, gross! It's all bloody, sir! I think I found a murder weapon! And then he just holds up a tampon.
Scruffy! How dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor?
I'm sorry, I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to. Dow! Forgive me, detective. This door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. That's not a bad way to handle the situation if it was any old case, but it isn't. So between you and me and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job? Oh, there's no comparison to be made, detective. None.
Miles Edgeworth, isn't this something you should be doing right now?
Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story.
That's right, and how does that have anything to do with what's over there?
Nothing really.
If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? But I gotta explore! That's the whole point of point-and-click adventures.
What's all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces! It's like a treasure trove in here, sir! Why is there a freaking golden Rubik's Cube? And an Oscar.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Go-U to send its metal detectors out for repairs.
Why shouldn't it be in there? I'm just saying, if I were to carry around anything valuable on my trips, I probably would have put them somewhere in, like, a more safe, secure location. Like my luggage, I suppose.
This one of those suitcases is signed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a scratch on it. And what are inside these boxes?
Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Borginia.
There's so many! There's even a second box!
Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity.
Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity.
So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir.
Why must men
Always be so. I love how Francisca is so done with our nonsense. We investigate all over their beds as well as their garbage, and now we're just looking through their lockers.
And she's just like, do not men not pick up a hint? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers?
Wait, detective! It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission.
Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murder's draft, and I can sense a whip not too far behind. Is that implying that Francisca is capable of murder? How is she not in jail yet?
What exactly is this panel for?
Ah, that's the emergency control panel for the elevator.
Why is this in the flight attendant's room?
We use it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open.
Oh, wait, that was the staircase upstairs. I didn't even notice. Then again, I probably should have realized considering there's like no other doors out of here.
Well, go on. Let's hear about our troublesome attendant out.
In due time, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future? As I casually point away from you.
Francisca just whipped Edgeworth's ass.
Of course, I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it.
Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps. Yow!
And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, detective.
What are you doing, Step Francisca? Oh my god.
Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to rather be taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Oh, thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There's one thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well,
Why the sudden hesitation?
Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. And this is where all the side locks suddenly randomly appear, right? God, I'm suddenly imagining a whole bunch of Psylocks from Marvel.
All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. Just saying it was for work then. Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise.
Oh shit, I forgot to return that thing to Phoenix. This damn Magatama.
After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to say.
Miss Tenero claims I have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Could you please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero?
Oh, that suitcase!
Yes, about the suitcase. You were the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about the suitcase?
Edgeworth is being surprisingly gentle.
Yes, I...
Maybe he just likes ladies.
I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. Can you show me? These strangers like me. And I was glad to see that I was the last one there.
The last one there?
Edgeworth learned Phoenix has a prisoner girlfriend and is trying to get his own to make him jealous. Yeah, that sounds right.
So you're saying, Miss Tendero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes, they're just so popular. They're practically flying off the shelves.
That eye twitch says otherwise.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you.
Ah, yes. Yellow and red. I love dressing up as Ronald McDonald.
I guarantee you personally, as a service professional.
Well, that is, how do I put this? It's hideous.
What? What?
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design. It's the number of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2, but that's impossible. I'm sure there was only one. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only one suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That's...
I thought you said there was only one left.
That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a long time now.
She's used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you used this for a very long time. What proves this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says?
Well, obviously, it's because look at how shiny its coating is. Look at this. Only a brand new suitcase would be able to shine so brightly as this. Ignoring the fact that the price tag is still there.
Take that! Tell me, Miss Tenero, is this also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
Basic logic, Edgeworth's greatest weapon. To be fair, sometimes I leave the price tag attached to my suitcases.
Thank you! Broke past the 2-year mark. No, leave me one hug.
That you did, Sagami. Thank you so much for the 25 months. Really appreciate you. Hope you had a good day at work. Also, who spends $1,200 for a bloody suitcase? That's what I'm saying. How much are suitcases supposed to be? You know what? I'm kind of curious. Hang on. Let me go Google this really quick. It's 2 Nintendo Switch 2s. I'm finding suitcases that go up to like $80. I don't see anything past $90. Who the hell spends $1,200 on a suitcase? Yeah, if I'm paying that much, it better be blood-free. You know, work Sundays, had a good time hanging out with the fair folks? That's good to hear. It must be solid gold. Probably. I'll say, hey, Ashley, good to see you too. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I think I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in... Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... Take that! It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed hasn't sold very well, has it?
Nameless, if it was from turning from yen to USD, wouldn't this technically mean that it was a suitcase that's $12? Why? I don't think a suitcase is that cheap. You know, assuming I'm doing my math correctly. 120? No, like 1,200. You subtract 2, you would take off two zeros, it'd be like $12. Yeah, 12,000 would be 120. Yeah, yen is like it's not directly like this, but this is how I measure it. Like 100 yen is $1. So basically you just chop off 2 zeros. So if it's 1,200, you chop off the 2 zeros, it's like 12. Again, it's not 1-to-1, but it's close enough.
You saw how poorly designed that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt.
It must be a gag, which is how Serenity Wheeler had $3 million eye operation. Wasn't it supposed to be like $30,000? Mind you, $30,000 is still a lot of money, so it might as well be $3 million.
That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
The reason you went to shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? Oh, because it's, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one! And they were just sitting there collecting dust! I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out!
I wonder if that's how the Wii U developer felt when they first saw the Wii U being put on sale.
So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You bought
A freaking $1,200 suitcase for every flight you worked?
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
How often do you work? How rich are you, woman? How well are flight attendants paid? You spend like 2 years not realizing the Wii U was a new console, and that's why the Wii U failed, because they did not market that thing well.
I see, so in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well.
Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. Hang on, I need to look at this. You bought this at 6:40 a.m. Freaking $1,200. Good lord.
This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold.
Lord knows how much worse it'd be with a sales tax attached to it. Maybe she doesn't have to pay tax because she gets an employee discount. At least they learned their lesson on naming the Switch 2. We'll see if they learned the other lessons or not. They definitely will have the software by the end of the year. It's more about the fact that, man, they are not doing themselves any favors by being, oh, hey, let's take away one of the features that makes playing Mario Kart Online fun. Employee discounts apply before tax, that's fair. I wonder if the taxes were zero since she bought them over international waters. That also works.
And this suitcase the killer used
could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to?
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
Oh, how could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That I ended up buying for myself because nobody bought them. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card only crew members have access to.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room. Eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
Oh man, did Cammy just murder someone? Man, why is it always the hot ones that are the ones who murder people?
I can't believe it.
Yes, Francisca?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace and of uncommon name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcases came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprits must be a crew member who used their key card.
Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing that Killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say.
Francisca got information out of Miss Meal.
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhonda Tenero. And only you. Ah!
What, is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes, I kept the key card in my locker at all times.
Man, I wonder how easy it is to break into lockers when you share a room with another person.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. Ah! I don't believe it.
I don't know why, but this image is really funny to me. Like, just Tenero's look of absolute abject horror, while Edgeworth is like, oh, that, I have seen that before. Yep, it's definitely saw that in the case.
The key card, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Ma'am?
She saw his Steel Samurai Yaoi stash.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Aww.
She looked back because she was sad. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Francisca, I know that you're the lead investigator in this case. However...
Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words.
I was about to quote, like, never gonna give you up, I'll be real. I don't remember the lyrics after,
you know the rules, and so do I.
Even if this isn't a courtroom, the basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
to be continued. Out of curiosity, how long are the cases in this game? Drink and stretch, thanks for a reminder. It's time for a self-care moment. I could probably use one. Mostly because, I've been not sitting in a very comfortable position this entire time. Ugh. One sec, guys. So, Bachan, where are you? Going to need a drink from you, please, young lady. A true commitment is what I'm thinking of. That's what it was. Give me a moment, guys. Do a quick stretch session. Cases in this game and Ace Attorney Investigations 2 vary wildly from 2 hours to 7? Good freaking lord.
Big stretch.
This is actually one of the shorter ones. Let me ask this. Would I be able to finish this tonight? I'm not ending yet. I'm just wondering. Ugh. I also bring it up because, man, I've kind of like, quote unquote, fixed my sleep schedule so that I sleep at midnight nowadays. But that's actually really bad for a streamer lifestyle. I need to be nocturnal. And that's really bad when I'm not nocturnal. You probably could or get really close, depends on how long you stream after this. I probably can go for like another hour or so. March 12th, 2:52 p.m. No, Nameless, you don't understand. It's actually a good thing if I'm nocturnal. That's actually the best time for me to be able to work. Like as a streamer, it's actually better to be nocturnal rather than have a normal person sleep schedule. So I actually need to fuck my sleep schedule in order to be able to have a better work schedule. Midnight o'clock isn't the worst sleep schedule for a streamer. You can catch 2 sets of crowds, honestly, in your opinion. Yeah, but the problem is, like, if I want to be around for, like, for example, Proton John streams, I need to be up really freaking late. Your sleep schedule should adjust and match your job, but should at least be consistent. Like, my original sleep schedule used to be 7 a.m. to, like, 5 p.m., and that actually worked out perfectly for years. But then when MagFest happened, I accidentally fixed my sleep schedule. So it's actually so much harder to be able to like go back to my regular streaming schedule. Like, I'm going to be completely transparent with you. Do you know why I've been taking so many days off? Part of it is because I'm too tired to stream. I am so freaking tired at night. I am incapable of actually being able to stream for you guys. Like, real talk right now, I feel like I want to fall asleep. But I've only been streaming for an hour and 50 minutes. That is not good for a streamer. Wow, so this is cargo hold, huh? It's so big! That's what he said. Sounds like you need some coffee. Anyway, this plane is a special model that's both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating.
So, this is the real scene of the murder?
There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct?
Your sleep schedule is from 4 a.m. to 11 a.m.? I mean, that's 7 hours, so that's not too bad.
Okay, let's get investigating, sir.
Begin investigation!
Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair! These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over.
This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy.
Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness.
You think so? Maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200!
I think I'll pass. And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one.
How much money does Miss Tenero freaking make if she can buy one every flight?
Although it definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? Or brittle substance? It's a bunch of glass fragments.
My good sleep schedule is 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. or 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. though I always mess it up on Saturdays. That's entirely fair. Like I said, my personal ideal sleep schedule is 7 a.m. to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or like 7 a.m. to like 5 p.m. Like that's a lot of hours to sleep, but honestly, it works out so much better in my favor if I do that. Because then I can basically wake up and start streaming and I feel totally refreshed. Like that's honestly the best time to be able to stream. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it.
The elevator is currently stopped on the 1st floor, detective. It can't move.
Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Why is Gumshoe a freaking child? What this tells me is that you hate the concept and sleep and wish you didn't need it. I'll say I don't like the concept of sleep either, but sleeping is something nice to experience when you can experience long, undisturbed sleep. But unfortunately for me, I haven't had a good, normal sleep in months. And that is a massive problem because, you know why? People keep asking me to do stuff with them. And I'm like, yeah, I'm down. Let's go do stuff. Oh, wait. I didn't sleep. Ugh. Take it from me. There's been a lot of times where I'm hanging out with friends and I straight up just fall asleep in the call. Like during movie nights, I've actually fallen asleep during movie nights. And I actively had to like slap myself awake in order to pay attention to what was going on. I'll be real. I kind of wish I could just take like a day or 2 off trying to fix my sleep schedule by sleeping a long time. I feel like if I can sleep for like 15 hours straight without being disturbed, I might be able to fix my sleep schedule. But I have not found an opportunity to do that yet. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you push it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special key card. Both the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come on down here. You can't just sleep at night? You don't know what to do about it? See, I was told that I have to stay up the entire night and that would hopefully quote-unquote fix my sleep schedule. The problem is that my body actually starts hurting and my head starts hurting a lot if I try to do that. So I think to myself, oh, I'll just take a short nap. I take a nap and then I sleep for a lot of hours and then wake up like, oh, well, that didn't fix anything. So I think the correct answer is trying to force yourself to stay awake for when you want to go to bed, and then you go to sleep when you want to go to bed, but then it's just like, it just physically hurts. It hurts so bad if you try to do that. You can't stay up for over 24 hours anymore? Oh, I've stayed up to like 48 hours recently trying to fix my sleep schedule. I repeat, it didn't work. One of these days, I need to find a day where I just sleep for, like I said, 15 hours. If I can sleep for 15 hours, I think I can fix my sleep schedule. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one, it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Is it being shipped to Korean? Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Tasty winery! Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir, I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder.
Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Yo! Interpol? Are we going to meet up with Looker? Interpol. Francisca came to this airport as an Interpol liaison.
Interpol is involved?
It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have.
Hey, what's with this suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. Hey guys, if you guys were dead, would you mind if people rummage through your belongings? I definitely would. I don't want them looking through my files. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Miss Francisca.
Profile on Francisca? Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession?
I mean, you wouldn't have any say in the matter, though you prefer you didn't? Yeah. You know what I'm always reminded of? I'm always reminded of like the slime isekai anime where the main character, before he died, he told his like kohai, destroy my computer after I die. And then when he gets isekai'd in the other world, the end of the first episode goes back to the real world, and it's like his kohai tosses his computer into a bathtub and short circuits the thing. I don't know why, but that's really funny to me. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? Mind you, I don't think I would want my files to be completely deleted. I would... Okay, you know what I would do? I probably would have it so that in my will, I have my personal computer be sent to Burmsai and have him sort through the files for me and basically give some last information to tell everyone, oh hey, Limit passed away, and upload it to like my Twitter, my Blue Sky, my Discord, let everybody know about what happened. And I'll probably let Burmsai be the administrator of the Discord channel if anybody still wants to use it. Why am I talking about the fact as if I'm gonna die? I don't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing's as tall as you, two of you on top of each other, sir.
It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
What? Really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective.
Live It Died. Here's their most freaking porn searches. You do not want to look in there. Firmside, I'll leave behind to you my Discord server. So true. Let's say, hey, Baby Star and Trey, how you guys doing? Actually, now that I think about it, what would I... Okay, you know what? I would leave my game collection to, like... who would I give my game collection to? I have a pretty substantial game collection. Why is it all Camilla? Both of you to see think I'm a one-person person. I came in here hearing about Livet's will. I'm trying to figure out who I would actually give my stuff to if I did die. All I know is that Burnside would get my computer because I need him to like sort through my affairs. You call dibs on my game collection. My game collection isn't even that massive. It's probably worth like, I don't know, $5,000 or something like that total.
Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
I'm sure this brings back memories of when I worked as a prime-time mover, sir.
By the looks in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so.
Aw, I'd like to know about your backstory. A one-woman man's what I want to be, but there's 2, no 3, no 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 perfect girls for me. So by extension, Burnside gets your Steam library if you get your compy, correct? Man, who do I give away my figures to? You know, the $900 Xenoblade figures I have. Oh, I'm sorry. Make that $1,200. I have $1,200 Xenoblade figures sitting on my game shelf right now.
I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Bury me with my waifus.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? Bury Pyra and Mithra with me. Somebody else can have the Nia and Cosmos one.
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Well, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find a murder weapon.
Can I just... Okay, so this is a... I know we keep on talking about my will, but is it possible for me to leave digital items to people? Because I would leave my entire history of Pokemon to Burmsai as well, because I feel like he can maintain it pretty well.
Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks has heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol Agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. Franziska, you got some explaining to do!
I guess I can probably leave my collector's editions of Fire Emblem games to Maniacal. He probably would appreciate that. I mean, how many other Fire Emblem fans do I know who regularly talk about Fire Emblem?
You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Legal answer for digital items, it depends on the terms of service. For most stuff, no. Fair. Man, I actually have no idea, like, what to do with my Xenoblade collection, because I have a lot of Xenoblade 2's collective stuff. Just give your username and password and don't report yourself dead? Yes, clearly. Okay, but Limit dies and we legally destroyed their Ubisoft games. I heard about that earlier today. Apparently, like, if they ever end terms of service, you're legally required to destroy your Ubisoft games. And I'm like, no. Nonsense, what are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
How do you enforce that?
You don't.
I should have known you figured it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first.
So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Why is this case suddenly way more intense than I thought? Like, don't get me wrong, murder is pretty intense, but suddenly there's an international smuggling ring? Ubisoft can sue if they catch someone dead, but how could they catch you? True. He went undercover to investigate this crime, and it is I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead.
I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
What was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Give me a quick sec, guys. Throat's being a little scratchy. Chips the corner of the box. I destroyed that part. I'll destroy more later when I have more energy. Ow! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing.
So, okay, so quick question. Obviously, now we learned that Akbi Hicks is an Interpol agent? What's the pun in his name? Unless there's another pun in there that I'm not picking up on.
Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation?
No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed.
I see, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own.
Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in.
Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then... the killer put Agent Hicks in one of the spare suitcases and... they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor.
May come from Yan, Akibi, and Hiccup. The same is the same in Japan? I still don't get the pun.
Investigation complete. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhonda Tenero.
Definitive edition evidence.
If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhonda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you say?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that.
The only additional thing is his first name, which just spoils his killer. So ask at the end? Okay.
If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold.
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or even the captain.
Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there.
I mean, if there's anything I learned from Uma Musume, there are just some wild horses out there who don't listen to your riders regardless.
I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand.
Wait, so does that mean Gumshoe is actually an Uma Musume? Mind you, he's not a girl, but so he's an Uma. He's an Uma Shonen. There you go.
Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal?
Ha, I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here.
Is he an idol? I'd go to his concert.
Hold it! But it's highly unlikely that the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero.
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father.
He be an Uma Masuko? Perfect.
Well, I don't have any evidence,
You know, I'm gonna save that for a rain message later. Musume means daughter, Musuko means son. Fair.
Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhonda Tenero, you know. It's not just the key card that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Ugo?
Okay, I know it's Captain Hugo, but I keep on wanting to call it Captain Ugo. Ugh, Captain Ugo.
Piggy bank. Yes, she is also the only person with the key to open that display case. Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank.
Hold it! But that is a fake.
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth! You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. After all, it is not a child with red hair, so therefore not a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it is a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Where did it come from? Where did it go, Captain God Eye Joe?
Oh wow, we hit 42. Perfect.
Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon?
Maybe there's something on the body.
Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when we have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy!
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir.
And there he goes.
We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure.
Report! Now.
The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area?
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Instantaneous death resulting from blow to the back of the head, bruising head to mid-back.
Scruffy! What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, that's... Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless.
Yow! Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there!
No, you remove yourself from my way.
What is all that racket?
My luggage! My cargo! They're mine, and I demand you return them to me!
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there is no choice.
Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you?
You have left me no choice but to use strong force. So this man should be arrested, right? LeBlanc should absolutely go to jail for, like, not listening to the police, right? You won't get past me! Oh.
This is, wait, that's it! So that's what this whole thing has been about.
Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Huh. I mean, both of these prove that the piggy bank can't be the cause of death.
Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's an extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger.
If it's a sizable weapon... Huh... I mean, it has to be a sizable weapon, but we couldn't find the weapon, though. Which is completely unrelated to the smuggling at the moment. So I assume that these two have to be paired, right?
If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out.
I'm thinking.
But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
Like my... What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska!
What? What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found a real murder weapon.
You did? He really jumped.
We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. I like how Gumshoe is focused on the fact that, hey, that guy might be injured from jumping from a tall height. Should we go look at him? But no, Franziska and Miles Edgeworth are just like too focused on thinking about, oh, how can I one up this other person here? He's fine. Oh, yeah, sure.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Now he's dead, surprised this is a double murder? Is it a murder when one of them committed Sudoku?
Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
Do I have evidence? Do you or do you not? That's a good question. Like, I don't think this proves anything. Unless he landed on that thing, which I don't think he did. The killer was wielding the giant tiki pillar. Oh, okay, you know what happened? I know who the murderer is. The murderer is actually Mario. Mario, using the power of Cappy, threw his cap on top of the tiki. He captured the tiki, and then he slammed the tiki on top of the victim, and then moved the tiki back into place, and people were like, oh man, how could anyone have possibly used this as a murder weapon? That make a solid angle for a murder mystery, tear in the tiki room. I'm glad y'all agree. I have no evidence. I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I've figured out what was the real cause of death.
He fell.
The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground with style.
He fell to his death?
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming there's someplace in the plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean.
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What?
We're in trouble! We may have a second death on our hands, sirs! Hey! You, tell me! You aren't dead, pal!
Quiet! Why are you screaming?
He's alive!
He can't be alive. He's not from Texas. And do you have it, Miles Edgeworth? It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
What? I'm making a joke about a live gamer, Trey. I suppose it's true that's not possible given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What's that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? He would have been a Borgian pancake for sure!
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there! So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there.
Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
What can I use to show her that's possible? The box was not always there where it is now.
You weren't listening for a second? You thought I was making fun of Texas again? No, I don't need to say much about Texas. Texas kind of makes it easy to make fun of. You love how Edgeworth wouldn't have solved this case if that guy didn't fall off? Sometimes you need that eureka moment of, oh hey, this guy being a dumbass makes things really obvious in hindsight. Texas is just an easy target because it's so big. So true. Okay, I can either present the refueling thing because it mentions a transfer cargo. Maybe that's it.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Zangfa?
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zangfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred into the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next in the box in question.
Yeah, it's labeled Zangfa Express.
Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zangfa.
Loaded on board during the refueling between 4 and 5 a.m. at the transfer point.
Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zangfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. If I may have a word with you, Francisca.
I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality.
So Mr. Hicks was actually an Interpol agent.
That is so cool! I can't believe he was from Interpol! The adventure, the glamour, the ability to travel anywhere in the Pokemon world! And the miraculous big escape when you get caught by the enemy!
Except in this case, there was no big escape.
And no miracle. If you spot anything off, you come and tell me right away, okay, pal?
Roger, sir! It's rather unusual for Gumshoe to be so directing. You must outrank this officer.
If you run into any trouble, you just leave it up to me, okay?
Yes, sir! Watch out, Detective Gumshoe!
Ow!
Scruffy, I think your ego's in need of some deflating.
I was following your footsteps, sir. I want to try patronizing my subordinates.
Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate.
And this is apparently the shortest case that isn't a tutorial case, Nameless.
All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one it says pharmaceuticals.
Question mark with an eyeball! Rabbit's nose!
weed, antelope, scissors, bow before Kill la Kill, as I exclaim with might to bring out a Deku Leaf to wave away the mono eyes that are infesting our lands with bugs as we Hadouken our way to victory. But you must repent, for the mono eyes have summoned Metal Gear Solid alongside others of its brethren to bring out the poop deers from Castle Crashers. And remember, when you are next to a poop deer that is from Castle Crashers, you must stare directly into the butthole as you gather and realize that you are a bug before the face of a carrot that shines like a butthole. Sorry, not butthole, butt plug! Yes, a butt plug! As we go into Christmas territory, as you realize that the Christian faith demands you to Kamehameha. I question this exclamation! Translated, it's censored. Exactly.
You can rant at me in Borganian all you want, but no still means no, sir.
What, you cheap man? You're only waiting for me to give you money, yes?
This guy is really pushy.
I wonder if he really makes any sales this way.
As long as I never have to face him in court, he can be as pushy as he wants.
I wonder if anyone has ever beaten this game in Borgnian. That'd be so funny. Funny fact, if the original came to Texas being pirated, the entire game is rendered in Bulgarian, which is amazing because, like, do you think there's an actual, like, Borgian alphabet that they use to try to replace the words? Or is it just, like, the same message over and over again that basically says, you pirated this game, stop pirating our games?
The leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Miss Tenero, but this design is unmarketable.
I'd buy one if it was cheaper, sir. Do you think they'd sell it to me at a discount? Oh, or why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. If you win the raffle, get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir?
I think if they did that, everyone would lose.
Don't pirate Ace Attorney games, please. Ace Attorney needs all the sales. You know what's really weird about Ace Attorney? Ace Attorney has a ton of merchandise that sells really well, but the games themselves don't sell out that hot. It's weird.
This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. A Lift Red statue. Never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then let's get investigating, sir.
Oops,
wrong button. All right, you dear shitters. Time for you to be groomed. But be careful, because we don't want to poke you in the eye, because after all, deers eat a lot of leaves out of trees. At least I think they do, but it's okay. Even if they do, we can use this butt plug to make sure they don't poop leaves all over the place as we Hadouken this bug to make sure that we as humanity can show humility before others. According to the Phoenix Wright Wiki, there are 17 symbols in Borginia. Yeah, so we don't have enough letters for an English alphabet. Unfortunate.
Quiver in fear!
Anna Lala Dreams, thank you so much for your raid. How y'all doing? Oh, you were playing Ace Attorney Investigations too? Nice!
Hi everyone, the name's No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays with games that they never played with before. We're currently going through Ace Attorney Investigations 1. We're currently on the second case, as you probably can tell by the Borginian language on screen right now. But yeah, hope you're all doing well. How about I give you guys a proper greeting though?
Good evening and welcome. I'm No Limit, and I'll be streaming for you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some emotes? Or a little memes? 3, 2, 1, fire! Limit, 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 go, go! Love it, limit, or a little memes.
Welcome to my silly little streams. But yeah, Anna, hope you were having fun with your game. If you got to raid and run, do what you gotta do. Thank you again for the raid. Get food, get water, all that good stuff. Have fun. But yeah, hi everyone from Anna's raid. We're currently going through the second case, like I was saying. Right now, we're just gotta be able to prove that this box over here was put here before the murder. After the murder, rather. Enjoy translating Borginian. Oh yeah, I totally pirated this game, so the entire game is actually in Borginian right now. Totally. Yep, here, this is my pirated Switch 2. You can tell because, yes.
Look here, do not go about touching my possessions without my permission.
Even a Switch 2 is pirated? I'm sure someone figured out how to do it by now, right? Ah! Don't rush up on me like that, pal!
So, this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him.
I'm surprised you were able to push past the officer.
I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it does. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Alif red statue is worth 110 million cents. No, much, much, much more.
Hang on, how much is 1,000,000 cents? If I've subtracted by 2 zeros, so that's $100,000.
Mr. LeBlanc's reasoning for choosing this plane must have been this large cargo hold.
10 million cents?
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective.
10,000? What? No! No, it's... No, 10 million becomes like 100,000, right? I'm not crazy, am I? How did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does euros even have cents?
Does it really matter, make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case.
Firmsaw, you're an actual lawyer. You should know how to do basic math. I think.
I was wondering if you will allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art. So no, there will be no touching.
Hey, tired is tired? I wonder what would happen if I present this photo.
Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the print first, and maybe we will talk.
Wait, he wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this?
Doesn't seem like there's anything else I can get out of him.
Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
I'm sure this brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the look of his eyes... Oh, wait, we read this part already.
Skip, 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 skip.
Good job, officer. Mr. LeBlanc is certainly not an easy person to hold back. No thanks necessary, sir. It's all part of the job, even if he did eventually get by. Well, I have a few things to ask him anyway, so it worked out in your favor this time.
Thank you very much, sir. Next time, I'll be sure not to let anyone through. Even if it takes my life in the process, sir.
I appreciate the sentiment, however, we can't have people getting hurt on the job either.
I guess we have to present something else. What else is there for me to present? Doesn't seem like we're going to get anything else out of you. Doesn't seem like Francisca has anything else to say either. No helping! Correct. And Aki's emotes are cute as hell, though. I already read this dialogue already, so skip that. Lemon, when's the last time you drank water? About 30 minutes ago. Thanks for a reminder.
Oh, Butchon! Where are you, girl? Water, please. Thank you.
Ahem. Oh man, I guess there is something I have to show him. Oh wait, what if I logic something into this? There we go, smuggling valuable piece of art. Art smuggling!
If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board on Zing Fa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say just fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean the cargo certification document?
Mr. Zinc LeBlanc.
Blanc.
Why did you not say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say?
It says as plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in this certificate.
No, that's...
Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there.
Well, heck, there goes my theory.
I respectfully disagree.
Me, whenever I hear someone say an opinion that I don't like.
We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and you see that I am right.
This... I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Aleph Red? It gives so much a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. Why is it not red?
Better than what I say? I'm holding myself back from actually asking you what you actually say. Something tells me it's some combination of... heck you.
This statue has a minimum amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
This piece of art being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc, who claims it is worth 10 million cents.
I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Aleph Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail.
That's definitely wrong.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Eureka! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
It kind of gives off a little bit of a yellow tint, for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do, but it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember sitting out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I fell ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Huh? Ah, sir, they're red!
Imagine if Gumshoe was actually colorblind. It's like,
sir, they're gray!
As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
Aleph Red, I suppose that is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago.
the trigger was only like 5 months ago. If no one plays Zenless around here, no one will get that joke. Ah, sir, the dress is gold and white! You fool, it's blue and black! Real talk, I don't think we actually got an actual answer on what color the dress was, right? I don't think there was an actual answer, was there?
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is going to be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you that you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy for what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
It did actually turn out to be blue and black? But because of the incandescent light, it appeared different to people? Are you kidding me? Well, this is why I no longer study science. This is why I quit bothering. This is why I quit learning physics. And then became a Twitch streamer. Oh god, please subscribe.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then. Oh. It is the photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe.
Now, do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake! I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhang Fa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction.
Is there something else that I'm supposed to be noticing? Hello, what's this? Oh, I can't examine this? I like how you can do a full examination of a statue by rotating it. Aleph Red, more like Aleph Red. Shout out to Animal Crossing. So Aleph Red is a fake. That art dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. I'll get to the bottom of this for his sake as well as mine. Oh, I found it. I'm not entirely confident that there is a contradiction here. What do you think, detective? Well, I think it's really suspicious looking, sir. My well-trained gut tells me... Are you kidding me? I clearly am showing what the issue is. I see. Well, then I must be mistaken. Wow, I can't believe Edgeworth freaking penalized himself. Need a pointer limit? I think I know what it is. I think it's like the ropes, right? What'd you click on? I clicked on this little like rope holder thingy. I don't know what to call it. How come when I answer confidently, you take that to mean we're off course, sir?
I'm gonna cut my own salary.
What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles his own owner's attitude in a sense. Oh.
You, what'd you say just now? Furthermore, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate.
Why should I forgive it the trespasses? Unless it's an expensive dress, you keep it.
I've lost track of all meaning in this dialogue, everybody.
What have we here? It says Zhangfa Express on the cloth, sir. Something's tugging on the corner of my mind as though something's out of place. The leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Miss Tenero, but this design is unremarkable.
Oh wait, hang on. This is dialogue we all seen before. Skip, 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 skip. Am I presenting the wrong thing? Like, I assume it has to do with the photo because it looks like the ropes should be bound over there, right? Chat, am I crazy? Because, like, there's clear... Okay, so clearly there's no rope bound on the bottom right over here. And, like, I see that there should be a rope bound over here because the rope goes over this luggage over here, right? So I'm not crazy. No, that's not it. Huh. Am I overthinking it? It was loaded on board during the refueling between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. at the transfer point. Oh wait, is it the cloth because it's loaded on top of the cloth here? Is that what I'm supposed to be picking up on at the moment? I think that's what it is. There we go. You were horsing before the cart? Yeah. They took off the rope to uncover the statue during the investigation. Right.
There's clearly a contradiction here.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck on another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo is brought on board in Zhengfa. There's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa.
But then what about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe you had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks would have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates.
I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh?
Yes, well, this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold, and a rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the trip, then there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer, move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now.
Anybody know how to handle a forklift? Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Aleph red statue out of the way, we tested the area underneath it with luminol, and there was a reaction. What about spoon lift? Yes. Trey, lift that statue with a forklift. And try not to kill anyone with it. Olay. I see, there was a reaction to the luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Yeah, can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? Take that! The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see it. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhangfa. Man, I keep on accidentally dropping Franziska's German accent. Sorry about that. Although my German accent is pretty garbage. It's going to be funny because I actually have a friend from Germany, and he's probably going to be yelling about how bad my German accent actually is. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhangfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. We need Einlatte. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhangfa, then this becomes highly suspect. What was Meal's testimony again? Mr. Acme Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Oh. Wow. Heck. Why is it always the pretty ones? I mean, if you listen to her objection, I don't think she has an accent. No, but it's funny. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Zhangfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but... That totally contradicts the facts, sir! But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. Bum bum bum. Because you never suspect the hot ones? You're right, I don't. No longer a meal and no longer a snack. All right. I'm going to assume that the next part is going to last me for a whole stream. It is getting close to 11 a.m. here. I've streamed for 3 hours. That's a pretty decent length for a stream. Now that you're this far, you can finish. Wait, I can finish it this stream? PM. Or I'm saying, how much is left in this? I'm 80% done? I guess we can finish this today. Sure. Okay, I'll do it. But give me a quick sec. I just got a notification that a package is outside my door, so I'm gonna go grab that really quick. I'll be back in 3 minutes. That's another hour? I can go another hour. I'll be back in a few minutes. BRB. I'm back. What delivery service that late at night? Amazon. Be a quick sec. Did they deliver you an actual Amazon? God, I wish. March 12th, 3:35 p.m. Flight G390 lower deck cargo hold.
Miss Meal.
She's sleepy. Can we get some sleep emotes in chat?
Miss Meal! Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa.
Oh?
Miss Cammy Meal!
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did.
No one can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
I mean, to be fair, she's the type of person who's always sleepy. Yo, Godzilla, thanks for the follow. Man, I can't believe Godzilla started following me. Big fan, love your movies. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well, Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, it's Godzilla! I'm sorry. Easy, you make your Godzilla's little brother. Well, at least you're not Godzuki. Miss Meal's alibi. Oh, yeah. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room. I lose himself. Oh, yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room. All by my lonesome self.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up!
Oh, Zenless Zone 0.
She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing...
Oh, I want to press her anyway. Rebuttal. Cammy got that no-limit sleep schedule? So true. Oh yeah, I actually saw the new Kamen Rider, Lundea. I really like his design. Very classic Kamen Rider. Doesn't Meal's character thing remind you of Paper Mario music? Kinda. I can hear it.
Yeah.
Miss Meal, wake up!
I'm awake. The Zenzo's here. Mouse Edgeworth! I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant!
Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to appropriate use?
Oh, I would whip anyway. God, you wish you could fall asleep standing up? I can fall asleep sitting in my chair. Does that count?
From 3 to 4 hours, I'm in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
You going to head off to sleep? No worries, sir, dog. You have a good night, dude. Thanks for hanging.
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhonda.
Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating and then having a most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way! Sleeping's part of our job too, you know. Oh yeah.
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up!
I'm awake.
Our friend Ziska's losing her patience.
Ouch! What'd you whip me for, sir?
Oh, I miss.
A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
From 5 to 6 hours, I'm in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Oh, what are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m.
Try to remember. Oh yeah, right. The suitcase receipt.
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
Receipt for what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Tenera bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp, as you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Tenero.
Yes? Why is the killer here? I thought you had her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may restrain out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in the in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.?
Gotcha, so you're playing Zenla Zone Zero like I suspected.
Miss Kemi Meal!
The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I really just missed her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
What if she was actually lying because she doesn't want to reveal the fact that she was just doing some naughty stuff with the captain while this was all going down?
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you think that then maybe you should also suspect this Rhonda too. He's the one in charge of the elevator key card in the shop, you know? If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenera out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
Oh shit, she locked in. She's making full sentences.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhonda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you got your eye on Miss Rhonda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhonda actually kind of
I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's not the time for this sort of talk.
Oh, Edgeworth, you are too busy thinking about Phoenix to be worrying about other people's feelings for you. Neil, you're talking to a gay man. So true.
Look, I know you're suspicious of me because I'm one of crew.
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies.
But I said I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you?
Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
But you think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhonda too?
I thought he was an ace? Ha ha.
So she's already being detained for further questioning. Or have you already forgotten?
Oh yeah, I guess I forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it.
I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer?
Miss Meal, what did you mean just now by no one else could have done it?
He's the one in charge of the elevator key in the shop, you know.
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count!
But I spend so much time in there. Might as well be my responsibility.
Mr. Edgeworth, Kimmy is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Borginian. She is the only one in this flight who is fluent.
Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why did you say so in the first place?
What else could have I meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. And then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian.
Yeah, I take care of things that has to do with Borginian.
Very interesting.
Don't worry, chat. I'm very fluent in Borginian too. You heard my translations earlier.
If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes.
But why?
While Miss Tenera's busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Mouse Edgeworth, I command that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer.
But I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight.
Oh, that's not true, Miss Edgeworth. Although, well... all I'm in charge of here are the attendance rooms and Borghini and stuff.
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borghinian stuff?
I do stuff like translate things from and into Borghinian. Yemi is the only member of the crew who understands Borghinian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Meal, I take it that it is your job to process all the Borghinian paperwork.
Yeah, see, I totally put my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her a few more details about her work and... Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to put suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhonda is very
Has sus always just been a word that before Among Us? Or have I just never noticed before? It has? Okay, maybe I'm just crazy then. Maybe I just never noticed it until then.
There you go, pushing everything onto her again.
I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh?
The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Document in Borghinian says the statue is loaded on board in Europe, but the statue is fake.
So you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borghinian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while.
If that is... If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who reads it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borghinian is you, Miss Meal. Also, this music is going hard. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred.
Z's.
Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you!
Oh, damn! She's getting all serious! And she's got a bubble blower! Why does that oddly make her hotter? You know, we're cornering her because they made her hotter, right?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It is exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I'm the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegations of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
She faked her ZZZ bubbles for real. I mean, like seeing her blow bubbles. Uh-huh.
Really? All you did was sign it?
I neglected to check if the cargo has been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
Get a quick drink in? Considering how closely we are to the end, I do need a clear throat for this, so thank you. Quick water.
It seems she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
I suppose, and this is just a supposition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhonda's a smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhonda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
Did she just blow bubbles at us like a machine gun?
So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case.
Man, I don't know why, but this oddly makes her more pretty. Oh, have I been never else? Oh my god, I've been calling her Rhonda. It's Rhoda. Yo, Belle, feel free to lurk away. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I can read. What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First, it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to go great lengths to pin this crime at anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't.
Glad people didn't backseat you about her name. I get stupid sometimes, guys.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I need to take a moment. This music is so good, though. Eyes on the Rhoda. Yeah, someone told me about Rhoda's name's pun. It's cute. Oh my god, this is so good!
Take that! The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so?
Oh, the poor monkey! No!
The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan.
Huh.
There wasn't enough
Here
time.
comes the pain!
Woo! How you doing, buddy? How was Mantis Experimental Fighter? Hope you guys are having fun. The name's No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays the games they never played through before. We're currently tackling the end of the second case of Ace Attorney Investigations. There's my spoiler warning for you. But if you guys don't mind and want to hang out, hey, how you doing? Wolf, if you need to go get rest, do what you gotta do. Thanks for hanging for the raid again. We're about to hopefully pin the murder on the potential killer, which is a real bummer because, man, the killer is a very pretty lady.
There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances directed the need for the killer to frame someone?
Where the murder took place? No. When the murder took place? No. Who the murder victim was? Oh, this one's the tricky part because, like, what's specifically indicated that matters here? So the murder victim was an Interpol agent, and it had to be someone else in order to frame someone else, because where it took place would also put her in danger. I like the who the murder victim was because it seems to imply someone else had died. The murderer would have just admitted everything. No. The idea is that, like, it's more so about the fact that the murderer had to we're trying to come up with the reason why they had, like, they had to frame it on someone else. Because, like, the circumstance would lead to the person being the murderer. Because it would imply if it was someone else, then they wouldn't have to actually hide themselves. What the murder took place? I cannot words right now, chat. Why is going on? How is Gamora? How the murder victim is. The murder victim is feeling very chill right now. But why murder? Who? How? Yes. What special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? If it took place in the cargo hold, but that doesn't really need you to, like, frame someone there. When the murder took place doesn't really matter. I feel like it has to be who the murder victim was. The killer was at a loss what to do with Agent Hick's body, but as it just so happened, there was a bunch of empty suitcases nearby. Being a skinny man, the killer thought to put his body in the suitcase and hand it off. You mean the whole plan to frame someone was an elaborate coincidence? No, that's not what I said. You wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Mio. The one with wrong with deductions is you. Think before you... Dang it! So what didn't actually matter who it was. Patience, Francisco. I was about to reveal the truth. I guess it's the location. Actually, no. It has to be when, because it'd be like whoever was around during that time period. And she was the only one without an alibi. So, oh, I'm stupid. It's time-based, isn't it? The murder took place before the movie was scheduled to go on. Around that time, almost all the passengers had returned to their seats. Therefore, the killer had to choose someone who was not at their seat to frame. Isn't that an explanation for how the killer chose who and not why they had to... Guys, I'm an idiot. Well, I thought it best to start from there. If we're going to talk about completely unrelated matters, do you mind if I take a nap?
It's okay, I can just keep penalizing myself! I love how you lost at 33%. For someone who wins their 50-50s and Zenless 5 times in a row, I'm really bad at this, guys. My salary! Fine, it's where. That was going to be my third choice anyway. Shh. The special circumstances is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Camille. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And? Are you done yet? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't fit into the big picture.
Take that!
We never did find out about the phone. The meter isn't penalizing himself. That's his sanity meter? Like from Sanity's Requiem? Oh my god. Brain your caffeine first, swallow drinks, soda, and energy better you get. Needs it. Thank you, TG Rock. At this point in the Phoenix case, they would have arrested her by now and been ready to mark her as guilty in trial. The arrested people have far less evidence and more conjecture in Phoenix's cases. Yeah, but the problem is Edgeworth is logical. Does that mean his sanity is slowly decreasing every time he's in court with Nick? Yes. I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because it went missing. And still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there is one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting on the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. Oh, are we gonna resolve this by making a phone call? Plot twist, when he gets to 1 bar left, he starts to hallucinate. You know what? You know what's gonna happen? We get to 1 bar, we just go and shut off sleep mode. Enter sleep mode. And then we just think the game's done. And I'm like, alright, well, thank y'all for coming out to the stream, everybody. I'll catch y'all next time. Bye! You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Hicks's phone is ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now where is it coming from? Is it bad? My first thought is it's coming from Cammy's crotch area. Anyway. Yes, bad. Thank you for 34 bonks.
It sounds like the phone is in the flight attendant's room.
You better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir.
Miss Mia, wake up!
Sorry, Miss Edgeworth. I get sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
I better find that cell phone fast.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Miss Tenero. I will get to the bottom of this and find the truth. So please, wait here until I return.
All right, thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. It sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room.
I agree. Please don't hang up on just yet. Let me find it first.
That's fine, but let's get this one thing straight.
Yes?
Don't you dare answer his phone when you find it, understand?
I understand you don't want to pay for the call.
You know, I never realized how short Franziska is. My god. She's shorter than Miss Tenero here.
Or 12 p.m. That's about the time I wake up.
The ringing's coming from in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. It doesn't seem to be over here.
Then let's look somewhere else, sir.
Ringing's coming from here, sir. What? No, it can't be.
This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Tenero's.
What? Why are you stuck on happy heart mode? Am I? It looks like I'm okay now. You were for a hot minute? Was I? Man. I guess my Stream Deck just didn't want to activate properly.
So, Miss Edgeworth, how'd it go?
Where'd you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room. In Miss Tenero's locker.
What? But... Rhoda Tenero! I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Wait, I have a theory! This is related to the incident with the key card. When the killer went to steal the key card, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the key card, all right? In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Franziska's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet! We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case.
Ah, this music's so good.
You could also check fingerprints. That's also true.
If so, I say there may be some very convenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
May I go back to sleep now?
Me when I wanted to end the stream an hour ago.
Objection! The LCD streams on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer was unable to erase the data.
What?
What do you mean by that, Franziska?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. His phone is still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Franziska, your phone, if you please.
Very well. It's transferring.
How do you transfer with a broken screen? Don't you need, like, to be in the right menu to be able to do that?
Alright, displaying it now.
This is...
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case.
Hey, the alley riff's nowhere in this pic, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end?
This is the end. Everyone, thank you all for coming out tonight. Like I said, next stream will be on Tuesday with Final Fantasy VII Blind. Anyway, back.
Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? The fact that all the suitcases here in this photo is odd.
Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly is so odd about the suitcases that haven't been used yet being there?
Yes, well, I was only pointing out things are different between now and then.
Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth.
Ugh.
I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening, a deafening objection and a contradiction. What's all this?
What are you even doing here, LeBlanc? For that model of phone, you would say a cable would be needed? That's what I would think, too. Police actually do have that tool, like just copies the entire phone. Yo, that's crazy.
Oh, they are a cargo ship from Bohemia to Zhengfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Bohemian. It says, bow before the kingdom key of Kingdom Hearts as it crosses the blade of Kill la Kill as we harness the leaf stone to fight off eyeballs through a Kamehameha wave in the ways of the turtle. It is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer?
What? What for is that scary face?
Miss Meal.
Yes?
It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
You didn't know Cloth was so long in Borginian? Yeah, it's like whenever you watch like any foreign film where they talk for long periods of time, but the subtitles just say yes.
Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
The Borginian cargo in this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was only one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zangfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits the description is you, Miss Camille.
Ha, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then... logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
Take that!
Hey, it says bedsheets in English right on the box, sir.
Precisely, and bedsheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bedsheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have any explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know what the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold.
Wait, hang on. The killer didn't want anyone to know that the
Real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew that was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zangfa.
That's right.
Have you guys noticed how, like, all the killers in every Ace Attorney case is, like, some kind of genius at covering their tracks where they think about every single possibility? Oh, excuse me. Where it's like, oh man, I knew that this box is going to be unloaded, so I have to use this box in order to cover my tracks.
That's right, that is why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader on board who had make such a calculated decision.
Now, there are just some that just had convenient surrounding circumstances, I guess. Like in 4-2, the killer barely did anything. Also fair.
It's you, Camille, you and you alone.
Man, it's always the cute ones.
It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhangfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. Ugh. So what'd you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation, Zhangfa?
Did she get beat up by Bubbles? That's a breakdown. Luckily, my plushie will protect me from my guilt. He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. You know, she really could have easily have avoided all this if she was just like, man, I would like to plead the fifth and wait for my lawyer. You really burst her bubble. Thank you, Lindea. March 12th, 5:26 p.m. Flight G390, 390 first floor lounge. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that?
They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. Ah, so she was able to generate her own bubbles. They don't have the Fifth Amendment in wherever this place takes place. It's America! Right? It was scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just want to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
So, what's the joke about Akbi's first name? Burnside mentioned it earlier, so I'm asking about it now.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
His first name is basically the Japanese word for yuck. God damn it. So they basically gave away the answer in Japanese, but I didn't know it because I don't know Japanese. Okay. It's all good. I didn't pick up on it, Lundea.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that will. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
Edgeworth is gonna dump that into the trash the moment he steps off the plane.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean... I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at Go You Airlines are always ready to serve you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go.
Meanwhile, Phoenix takes a sneeze. Congrats on popping meal? I wish I was able to pop meal. Anyway. I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. Pretty sure this world implies getting arrested is more or less like a surefire guilty verdict in this world. In this world, it's like you're guilty until proven innocent rather than innocent until proven guilty. That's the issue. By the way, where's Francisca? She's filing out some custom paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Ms. Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Spring Hopes Airport. Francisca. I thought I told you when you first landed I had no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscing. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Only a little while ago I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing pirate, living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built. True, your father, Manfred von Kammer, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling routes we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Piro. I know. I'm tired. Thank you, Gaddy. And losing to right? Actually, now that I think about it, has Phoenix ever lost a case? Sounds like a dangerous assignment. 2-4. Oh yeah, technically that does count. It worked out in his favor when he lost in 2-4. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. Did you play Apollo Justice? Yes. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Okay, let me ask this. Did Phoenix ever lose a case that he wanted to win, in? Oh, and to be clear on what Burmside said, I did not play the DLC cases for 5 and 6. Some dialogue with Maya during explorations implies he lost off screen. Dang! You know what? I like to imagine Phoenix lost those cases because they weren't murder cases. Basically, all those major cases are the murder cases he takes on, but any case he does off screen where it's like, oh man, help me settle this civil, like small court case. No, that's not the right word for it. Basically, small claims. Help me settle this small claims case, and he can't do it. He got potentially... Oh no, did you? I don't think we talked about anything after, I don't think we talked about anything after investigations, did we? Apollo Justice was before investigations. Oh, you didn't play Apollo? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought Apollo was before investigations. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's try to avoid talking about other cases too much then that takes place after this.
Oh, another agent?
He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, we may even run into him one day. Oh, you're playing in order of the timeline. Okay. I personally go by release order. The only reason I played 5 and 6 first was because I was like, oh, Ace Attorney doesn't have any major continuity. I could just play 5, right? And then I found out I was a colossal idiot. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose, but I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness, I can finally rest knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. Wow, Edgeworth is actually being thankful to Gumshoe. It was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut her salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road on the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring, Harry, put their trump card in play. And the players on the other side of this war. They would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Who? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano? Ernest a man! Ernest a man! Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. Man, how much you want to bet he's going to be dead by the time of the next case? My son, he's been kidnapped. Oh, wait, that case is a kidnapping case. Hello. Dun, dun, dun. Also, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is a week after this game. Wow, okay. All right. Well, hate to leave you guys on a cliffhanger, but this is a perfect stopping point. Everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank y'all to everyone who rated, by the way. I hope the stream was entertaining for all y'all. Oh, my commentary was up to snuff, too. I was worried some of my commentary wasn't too hot today, but seems like you guys enjoyed yourself, so I'm glad for that. Alright, I don't have a schedule. Okay, so for people who don't know, I've been going through a lot.
Thank you!
Woof! Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs! Mirror Artist, Anna Lala Dreams, Swimmer Spee, Zero J, and Ravens Lover. Please enjoy the emos. I hope you like them. Well, frick. Now we have a hype train going for 4.5 minutes. Okay, time to stall for a few minutes. Everyone, for people who don't know, I've been going through a lot of personal garbage lately. I've been trying to work through it all, and unfortunately that resulted in a very erratic schedule lately, and unfortunately, I don't think I feel comfortable setting up a schedule right now. I am going to give tentative schedules for now, so I won't have any physical schedules for a while. Until I can settle back into a proper sleep schedule again, I think I'm just going to give tentative sleep schedules for now. The next schedule will be, the next stream will be on Tuesday, hopefully, with Final Fantasy VII Blind. We're going to be hopefully getting back into that. We'll be returning to Zenless Zone Zero. Actually, no, wait. I'm not returning to Zenless Zone Zero. What am I talking about? I might be doing something on Wednesday that's not Zenless Zone Zero, but I'll let you guys know about that. As for Ace Attorney Investigations, that will be continuing on Friday. Again, hopefully. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube, where I post stream updates and channel shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch in there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. Hang on, let me give you guys the info. Just go with the flow and get your groove back, and I appreciate that, Gaddy. And thank you for hitting up Discord. Yeah, so you can hit us up over there. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night, aka tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently doing a superhero movie marathon in my Discord server right now, and we're going to be watching Green Lantern tomorrow night. Yes, the one that stars Ryan Reynolds. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. All right, I guess that's it. I still have 2 minutes to kill on this hype train. Then again, like, unless someone wants to drop more money, I probably think we're good to end this here. You're trying to catch what you can of that? No worries, Sagami. I totally get you. But yeah, let me see if I can find a raid tart. Sure! Okay! Hey, chat! You ever have any questions about, games? Well, you know, you should always turn to the source for that. And what better source than the source? Dr. Source. Dr. Source, we got an important question for you right now. Can you please tell us how Meal fits into the Smash Bros. Universe? I see. Okay, so you know how Jigglypuff has the ability to sing and put people to sleep? You see, that was all Meal's idea. She was helping work out in Smash Brothers, and she was all like Sakurai was aboard on a plane one day, and she was like, "Oh, hey, Mr. Sakurai, do you mind putting in that Pokemon that is able to put people to sleep? She reminds me a lot of how my hobbies are like." And Sakurai's like, as he stares deeply into her cleavage. And it's like, yes, I will do just that. And that is how Jigglypuff got into Smash 64. Well, everyone, let's all thank Dr. Source for her fun facts. And remember, if you need a source, she's your source. Okay, that was long enough for us to actually burn out the hype train. All right, let's go find a raid target. Who to raid? Like I said, if you guys have any raid messages, let me know. Oh, I got a raid target. I see the eyes on Rhonda. Oh my god, shut up. Gumshoe the Uma Masuko? You know what? Sure, let's go with that. As for how we're gonna raid with, you know, let's go with this. There we go. We'll raid with Gumshoe the Uma Masuko. As for who we're raiding, we're gonna be raiding Hidewang, who's currently playing through Metroid Prime. How about you guys give them all the love? Alright, that's going to be it for now. Thank y'all for coming out tonight. Thank you everyone who raided. Until next time. Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Have a good night, everybody.